Another episode of SandCity Sports. How we doing out there? How's everybody doing? Let's go across the board. All right. Facebook is okay. Facebook is good. IG, all right. Twitter is good. YouTube is good. Twitch is good. We're all set across the board. All right, folks. This is championship Sunday afternoon. Patriots and the Broncos battling right now. Broncos up 7-0. Jarrett Stidham seems to be in a groove. You're watching it. I'm locked into it. So we're going to play those hits, follow this game, this action. Certainly have another ball game coming up in the NFC after this. So SandCity will be in effect for a part of that as well. And we're just going to follow the events as they're taking place and, add some good commentary as it's going on. So, yeah. The weather right outside is frightful, but the sky is so delightful. It is snowing here in New England, in the Commonwealth, as advertised. So, hey, opportunity to sit down and catch the ball game, opportunity to come in here and do the Passion Project, share some community, and, hey, stay warm, stay together, right? Hopefully the power stays on, and we can make it do what it do. So let's get it going, right? Let's check our levels. Ooh, the volume is up there. Let's get our volume right, and let's get into the business. You understand what this is? Let's get on into the you know what I mean? Welcome, SandCity Sports. You know what it is. To the business. I am your host, the Cape Cod Kid, artist woman known as Andre King. Thank you so much for Run that back. It's a championship day. We decided who. Not the critic that counts, man. Go! So we in it right now. Look, this young man Stidham came out. Hey, was he listening to Ludacris before the game? Did he have that Ludacris? Hold on. Hold on a second. What? We starting off. Huh? How we doing out there in television land? What are we looking at right now? Just shy, 4th down. Let's see. Are the Broncos going for it or what? Stidham using his legs. He's trying to get there. Good stop. Knock him out of bounds. What are we doing, Sean Payton? What are we doing? Are we going for this or we're going to trust the defense? What are we doing? It's looking like he's trusting on that defense. No, he's got to decide. Excuse me. We want that 7 or we going to take the 3? Okay, but fact of the matter is, this Stidham right now, he's starting the game. He throwing them bows. Jared Stidham is not afraid of this moment. And this is a moment right here. 4th and 1 in the red zone. Sean Payton trying to get greedy. What are we going to do? Let's see. 4th and 1. He's saying we don't want that 3. We're going to take where Mike Vrabel at? That's big right there. No chance the pressure was on him. Near interception. Hey, we shall revisit. Hold on. I can't play it right now. Because that was money time for Stidham, and that wasn't even close. So Sean Payton, you had a chance for them 3. You gave the Patriots 3 back. We shall revisit. That was a huge play. And I can't. Okay, what's going on? Let's just make sure everybody's good in television land. Everybody's good, just check up with people. I'm not gonna, I reach out to folks. I'm not gonna reach out. I appreciate my family spending time on the broadcast, checking in on IG means a lot. Thank you so much. Generally speaking, I reach out to people, but I know I can't expect folks. I know the fandom is locked into the game, as I am locked into the game. So people most likely chime in if they want to after the game. But for the time being, it's going to be me, the Cape Cod Kid. We're watching the action live in effect right with you. And so let's get the hits going on. Nope. We don't need that just yet. And I want to speak about the man of the hour, Jarrett. Okay, we let's see. No. Come on back. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. We're going to talk a little bit about backup quarterback Jarrett Stidham. Came out swinging, left a huge play out there. In the goal line, on the goal line. Chance to go up 2 scores. Take the 3, get the 7. You come away with nothing. All right. We got Stidham. Hold on now. Okay. Let's hold off on that, folks. We're going to come back to Jared. You know who we need to discuss right now. We got to talk Drake. We got to talk the MVP candidate. Let's get him up there on the screen. Let us discuss. It's not looking good thus far. Okay? Woo! Almost not counting. Third down. Our layout is good. We don't need the script. No, thank you. Let's get the production game right. Not as sharp as I need to be to begin this show. Big third down and long. Huge. All right, folks. Power punches are being thrown right now. They're being thrown and landed as we're speaking, as this game is going on. That was a huge third down conversion. You know it. I know it. Patriots backed up on their end line, not having any momentum. Huge third down. Let's see if we can build off of that after the Denver Broncos just gave away at least 3 points, if not 7 points. Okay? We're going to stay on the ground. Okay, little to nothing, right? Drake, where you at, my friend? This game is rolling. 7:49 in the second quarter. Okay? Donut on the board. I'll get your stats up in a second in terms of this game, but the first power punch, Mr. Stidham, who could have had a second power punch, right? There was some greed that we just saw associated with going for it on 4th and 1 with a backup quarterback. And that play didn't even begin to have a chance. So that was a huge that's not on Stidham, that's on Sean Payton. Sean Payton, you got greedy, Casino Royale, you lost. Okay, Drake, it's time to respond. Mr. May, time to respond. All right, Diggs, we got some movement. All right, they're moving the chains. They okay. But we need something on this possession. We, meaning the Patriots fandom out there. I'm not jumping on your bandwagon. No, I'm not doing that. You know what it is with a Cape Cod kid. Born in the great state of New Jersey. Right? I root for the Eagles. Have family in the city of brotherly love to this day. Near and dear to my heart. So I rock with the Eagles. NFC, AFC, Jets. I said what I said. That's my roots. That's my background. Those are my teams. Patriots, Dynasty, 6 championships. Hey, I moved to the Commonwealth. I had heard about Boston sports. Checkered past. What are we doing here, Drake? Drake trying to boogie. Drake has not been able to get out of the pocket. He's been getting gobbled up. Steed has been getting running free. Drake. That hurts. That hurts. Must third down conversion. Got to take a sack. Numbers aren't so good. All right, back to what I was saying. You know, first arrive in the Commonwealth, late 90s. Okay, Boston, I'm a basketball person, right? Bill Russell, all-time great, had his difficulties in Boston while loving Boston, to the bottom of his heart. Bill Russell, the original Celtic, along with Bob Cousy, Tommy Heinsohn, Sam Jones, obviously Red Auerbach, the coach. Originals. But there were some notable difficulties for Bill. So when I come to the Commonwealth, right, that's I'm eyeing these Boston sports teams reticently, hesitantly, leerily, right? Over the years, I have warmed, all right, and Boston has warmed to more communities, the nation at large, so on and forth. All right. So I always want to make that clear. My brother, he's more raised up with the Patriots. That's been his team since a very young age, so he's through and through Patriots. I respect, appreciate, admire the Patriots, but I'm not going to act as though I'm one of these day ones, folks. You're not going to see me rocking the jerseys and, you know what I mean? I got all respect in the world for Tom Brady. All respect in the world for Bill Belichick and the dynasty and the new look Patriots that are trying to restore prominence. But we're going to keep it a buck. Now, Drake May, let's get these stats up. Shaky. And this game, Broncos, I mean, this should be a 2-score game. And it still has the opportunity to be a 2-score game. You know, Broncos getting the ball plenty of time. But, you know, we're seeing a ball control, grinded out game in Denver. Right? Drake May 5 for 9, 32 yards. Sacked 3 times. Okay? Stidham 7 for 12, 79 yards. A touchdown. Hasn't been sacked once. Currently, as it stands, Drake's rating 63. Stid about 106. So you can only do what you can do. But doggone Drake, this next drive that you're gonna get something back. I doubt, or unless Sean Payton can just gobble up all of this 7 minutes and get a score, and take that in the locker room. But we need some kind of points on the board, Drake, in his first half. Get in the field goal range. Get it done. All right. Second-year guy looking like a second-year guy. Okay? And been noted on his program, this is a trap game for the Patriots. Right? Broncos don't have their quarterback, earned that home field advantage, but they're the walking wounded, not having their general out there. Right? It's not strength versus strength, right? If the Patriots had to play with, if Drake May wasn't out there, what would we be saying? So, Patriots have a clear-cut power play. I recognize it's the defense responsibility to get after Jarrett Stidham, and he's been playing with confidence. And let's see, second down. Let's see if the Patriots can put some of that C.J. Stroud treatment on him. No flag, third and 5. Big conversion. But we ain't talking about Stidham right now. We're talking about Mr. Drake May. We'll move over to Stidham if he can convert this third round down. We're staying on Drake May. Like, Tupac, all eyes on me. All eyes now. And these are the moments that people have been whispering about relative to Drake May and the Patriots. Your strength of schedule, abysmal. You ain't playing tried and true teams. You saw what I saw. Huge first down. Go dog on it. That play is identical to the Patriots' third down. Okay? Stidham gets the pass across, gets the conversion. Right? Drake May takes a sack. Jarrett Stidham gets the ball out, gets some yak yards. All right, Drake? You're losing rounds right now, my friend. You're losing rounds. Hey, we still got in a whole another half of football. But calling it like I see it, Jarrett Stidham early on in this bout, he's ahead on the card. He is ahead on the card. We're gonna come back to you, Drake. We're coming back to you. We have to head over to the man who's making it. I don't know what he's doing. I had come on, hold on. We gotta move over to the fighter who's ahead. Now there's plenty of rounds left, but are we being alarmist? No, we're calling it like it is. We're calling it like it is right now. Right? Stidham gets the conversion. What is Sean Payton doing? Gobbling up that clock. Seemed like this game just started. We coming up on halftime. 3 and change to go. All right. Sean Payton already left some points on the board. Big third down conversion here. Okay. Is that a fumble? Is that a scoop and score? All right. There you go, Mike Vrabel. Lock it down. Okay. We'll see what the ruling is. That'd be huge if it's a turnover. Seemed that, he was forward motion. Didn't seem to me to be a turnover. We'll see. Let's go to the replay and see what it is. But a big stop. Intentional grounding. Okay. Stead. Looking like a backup. Vrabel got him running for his life. All right. Let's go, Drake. Let's get some points on the board right now. Okay, you got to respond to that early surge. Excuse me. Mr. Stidham over here coming out with the confidence. All right. Vrabel, the defense, starting to get into, right? That's close. On second thought, looking at that, I don't know why Stidham didn't just throw it the first time. He brings the ball back. That looks like a strip. Right? Again, Stidham just throw the ball the first time. You're trying to ground the ball and he seems to just push the ball. This is huge. Patriots, yes. Big call. It's a big call. Stidham, you allowed for it. Get the ball out of your hands. He brings it back, and then that's like, Yeah. And that looked like a strip to me because he didn't release it the first time. Okay. I wanted to say he came out throwing bows. Oh, that stopped right now. There he goes. The Empire has struck back. It's big. Okay. You want to give me an opportunity? You want to let me keep having chances? Drake May has responded. Looking at a tie ball game now. Yeah. If it's in butts with candy and nuts, we'd all have a Merry Christmas. Broncos, woulda, coulda, shoulda, you didn't. On IG, I appreciate you stopping by, Dennis. on this championship weekend, championship Sunday afternoon. Appreciate you. Guys, jump into the conversation. Hang out with me. But we just saw a swing, right? Notable swing. Broncos, 2 scores. Rolling, decide to gamble. Not even close. All right, get the ball back. Stidham had opportunity, just throw it away. Take the penalty and throw it. I don't know. You're right. I do know. That's why a backup's a backup. All right. The enemies were at the gates. The Patriots, the dog were on him. He's out there, you know what I mean? Backing up, slide. Okay, they got you, man. You had the first throw. Let it go, my man. He thought twice, then he just tried. No, that's not even. We can't give you Tom Brady privileges on that, Jerry. We can't do that. He had the first throw, he brought it back, then he tried to put. No, that's a strip. From a defensive point guard like myself, I'm coming down to get that. You might beat me, but I'm going for the ball on the shot action. And that's exactly what I like that call. I can't argue with that call. I mean, you could back and forth, but he tried to just. What is this? Is this how you throw a foot? That's a chest pass. This is a chest pass. That's not a football pass. It's a chest pass. And the defense was right on it. Give me that. No, I can rock with that call. We talked about some big calls. We go back to the Buffalo game. Let's go back to that was a catch or an incompletion for the Bills. He had it. They both went to the ground. He's on the ground. The dude lands on him. He's down. Then he spins over and rips the ball out. Interception. Stop. No. It didn't look right. Didn't feel right. Probably wasn't right. So that call by the refs, I got no problem with it. Because it wasn't a throwing motion and the contact on that ball was simultaneous. Defender had his hand on the ball just as he's trying to throw the ridiculous chest pass. So Drake May comes right in there, gets in the end zone, new game. Okay? We got ourselves a new game. 2-minute warning. First half, packed house. In Colorado, as you would imagine, for chance to go to the Super Bowl. Let's go ahead and see what the Broncos can muster up here. Bob's in the building, as you would imagine. Some notable stats for Mr. Kraft. 39 wins, 11 appearances, 6 championships. That's that defense right now. Boys. Okay. It's the second possession in a row. The Patriots, they've been on them. They're dialing it up. Let's see what we have here on the second down. Big possession. I mean, every possession is big, so I don't want to be redundant in that statement. I don't want to be redundant. All right, he gets it moving and grooving again. Good completion. They're on the move. Need to talk a little bit about Sean Payton. Talk about Showtime Sean. Right now. It's the Broncos. Try to steady the ship. And retake the lead. Okay, don't love that art. We're gonna do better on our art. We're gonna do better with our art. That's not him. There he goes. There goes Showtime Sean. Let's get him up there. Let's continue the conversation. Is Sean Payton a Hall of Famer? To me, he certainly seems to have that aura. Think about him, offensive, innovator. His team's in New Orleans, bringing the championship down to the Delta. His quarterback, Drew Brees, stats on stats on stats. Yes, there was Bounty Gate. We got a crew. We got a crew for the halftime show. Looking forward to it. But is Sean Payton a Hall of Famer? Or do we see him with rose-colored glasses? Incomplete first down. If Sean Payton can break through and get to a Super Bowl without his starting quarterback, right? Dare I say, win a Super Bowl? That's anathema to us here in the Commonwealth who's locked in, right? Sean Payton is in the category of coaches with one Super Bowl that have been eating off said Super Bowl for decades. As the Patriots dial up another sack. Nick Sirianni has a Super Bowl. Okay, Nick the Quick. No, he's got the one. Doug Peterson has the other. Okay, Eagles have gotten two in recent years. But Nick has the one. Doug Peterson has the other. All right, McVay has a Super Bowl. Right? Point of fact is, the perception of Sean McVay is much different than the perception of Nick Sirianni. Yes, there's an age gap, but they're both coaches with one Super Bowl. Is it that, that he's an elder statesman? I mean, he's not. Patriots allow for the underneath. Okay. It's a good stop there. Drake May, what's he going to have? Minute 42. Okay. So plenty of time for Drake. Right? It's one of these things. I like Sean Payton. He does the commentary. He's charismatic. He's engaging. He's funny. And he's a good coach. Point of fact, though, is it's just this perception as we're having a conversation about coaches in the NFL that I need to dive into. Right? And why a coach? Now, let's also make it clear. In New Orleans, he very well could have gotten to another Super Bowl had that pass interference been called, which was most certainly pass interference. All right, so he's, some things have gone against him. Right? Things have gone against him. It's just a situation whereas, this man needs a second Super Bowl. Tom Coughlin has 2 Super Bowls. We know this. We certainly remember this begrudgingly in the Commonwealth. But in the overall dialogue, Sean Payton's name seems to, and Tom Coughlin, right? He's not doing TV. He's not always, he's old school, gruff, right? Nice run on first down for the Patriots. Trying to move this ball out of the out of their own red zone. Yep. We need more from these one Super Bowl coaches, and that Super Bowl is a decade plus away. It's a bad bobble right there on second down. Chance to get it first and move the chains. That ball was on the money, flat out dropped. Hey, folks. Can we be reminded of how Detroit had the 49ers on the ropes? I know it's the first half, but doggone it, these drops. 49ers had the 49ers on the ropes. Second half, they come out with the Butterfingers. Just don't mess around, Patriots. All right, and now you can't convert on third down. You got to give them the ball back. Right? So, yeah. We heading back to Mr. Stidham, who's got plenty of time to get some more points on the board. The Broncos should be up 1 score. Shoulda, woulda, coulda. They're not. Because that man right there wanted to get greedy. Okay, so now they got a chance to get that 1 score, which makes all the difference. Right? It's not that you win or lose. It's how you win or lose. There's always something. I always, I got this on, I got that on, I got, let's get, right? You get everything, and then but you forget this, that, or the third. All right. So big time possession right here. Going into the half, tie ball game, plenty of time. Let's see what the Broncos can dial up. Right, but case in point on Sean Payton. He's obviously a very skilled coach, having his team in this position, having built it up in Denver. And it took time, right, folks? Let's remember the Miami Dolphins scored 70 points against this team. Okay, it was quite rocky. All right, and all right, we got some yak yards. He gets out of bounds. Okay, we remember Sean Payton calling Russell Wilson out of his name on the sidelines. Okay, that old school energy all up in his face. Hey, right? That man right there is Who Dat Nation. I got no problem with him showing emotion and being fiery. Right? He can do that more in a disciplinarian role way than other coaches. Mike Vrabel, he just kind of ignores folks who he's not happy with, and just gives a lot of good energy to the folks he is happy with. Stidham seems to be holding on to that ball. Right? He came out, right? And as the game is, he's holding on to it, football people, those windows are closing. Those windows are closing. So credit to the Patriots defense. That's throwing, that's he's looking. He's trying to see, right? He's checking and double checking. But that reminds me of the young man Mendoza coming out of Indiana talking about, hey, hours upon hours upon hours of film. So when I get out there and I see it, I know it. All right, 2nd and 10. Let's get 5 of those. Let's go for third and reasonable. All right. Yeah. So, for me, I don't, Sean Payton, I respect him. I don't necessarily rock with him like that. Right? I don't know anything about, well, I know plenty about John Harbaugh. He's been around for quite a long time. Another one Super Bowl guy. Stidham, again, running, nowhere to go. Are they in field goal range? Okay, again, Sean Payton, those 3 points that you gave away. How long is this? Now he's trying to get 3 points back. All right, but Stidham now, you're gonna have to put some adjustments in at halftime, because now he's in full backup mode. 54-yarder. No dice. All right. Patriots have a play. Maybe 2. Speaking of Harbaugh, right? The Ravens had at least 1 play, if not 2, to get in better field goal range. He went conservative, and the kicker missed it, and they were deprived an opportunity to make noise in the playoffs. So, right, you got Drake May, who's supposed to be that dude, supposed to be an MVP guy. I expect the Patriots to run a play and try to get something. Right? If you have a rookie quarterback, backup quarterback, then you might just cut your losses. But let's try to get something here. All right, puts it in the dirt, low. Still got another opportunity for 1, if not 2 more plays. 15 seconds, plenty of time. But that play was there. Now he just dirted it. I was there, Drake. Okay, let's see what happens on take 2 and take 3. Back to Harbaugh. That's on you. Run the additional play. Give your field goal kicker, who's young, better odds. You didn't do one. The other didn't happen. That's on you. Back to Sean Payton. I rock a little bit more with John Harbaugh than I do with Sean Payton. Right? I rock a little bit more with Sean Payton than I do with Mike McCarthy. I feel like Sean Payton is more innovative and efficient offensively than Mike McCarthy. That's my view. Drake going for broke. I can dig it. Take a chance. Take a shot. Nothing to lose. Take another shot. 9 seconds. I'm picking up what Vrabel's putting down right now. We playing hungry. We playing. We backs up against the wall. We not leaving nothing out there. With not at all. Okay, so I rock with how Vrabel is approaching this, and I just go back. Harbaugh did not approach it as he should have. Hindsight's 2020. Armchair Monday morning quarterbacking. You can say all that. Fine. All right, Drake May on the run out. Ooh, that's big. Vrabel got the timeout. That's huge. Yep. Mm-mm. All right, not even close, but good execution. Nothing to lose. But you had a shot. All right, 7-7. Um, looking like a long drawn out battle. Um, back to Sean Payton. You end up losing or losing by 3. That gamble is going to be there. Um, it was a gamble that paid nothing. The play was not even close. So you just right. I can understand if it was there and Stidham didn't execute, then I have no problem. This is my same feeling relative to Dan Campbell. People want to talk about him going for it on 4th down against the 49ers. Those plays were there. Go back and watch the film. They were there. Detroit Pistons could have continued to increase their lead and put the 49ers up against the wall. I scheme up, I meaning Dan Campbell, meaning Ben Johnson, scheme up gold. You're a professional football player. Well compensated. You're expected to execute. If it's wide open, the Detroit Lions dropped wide open passes in those instances to give the 49ers the opportunity to come back. That's not on Dan Campbell. That's not on Ben Johnson. That's on those players. The play that Sean Payton schemed up on 4th and 1 in the red zone didn't even begin to have a chance of being executed. All right? Yes, players are like have some blame, but coach, what the heck you doing? Right? You got to put them in a position to be successful and get done. You didn't. So you're taking the lion's share of the blame on that. Whereas with the Detroit situation, those players, those are the Butterfingers Magoo, they're taking the lion's share for what they did. All right. Long story, not quite as long. Respect Sean Payton. He's built Denver to the place where, right, the Waltons and that funny money thought that he could do. That's why they brought him in. He got paid a bag. All right. And we forget that he plays in the same division as my homeboy and Big Daddy Reed. Yes, he does. That's not right. The AFC Championship game is the Kansas City Chiefs Invitational, isn't it? Wasn't it? Hasn't it been? Okay, past this prologue. So, not having the quarterback, game in the balance, Super Bowl, maybe no Super Bowl. We're certainly feeling like no Super Bowl for you, no soup for you, no Super Bowl for you. That's how we feel in the Commonwealth. But Sean Payton, he's making some power moves. If we look at the realignment of the AFC West, with the Broncos now in pole position, dare I say the Chargers in the batter's box, followed then by the Chiefs, and who knows with the Raiders, that in and of itself is major. All right. Bottom line, and the story, though, is man still has one Super Bowl. Good coach, effective, one Super Bowl. So as I'm putting respect on his name, I'm also thinking about other, right, coaches, Jim Caldwell's of the world, Denny Green's of the world. I'm going back in time now, but okay. Good coaches, good personality, right? Where is all this runway to go ahead and do their thing and be successful? Right? What's good for the goose is good for the gander. We put respect on Sean Payton's name. We got to put respect on other deserving coaches' names. Period. End story. Let's go. All right, folks. So we're at the half. Thanks, folks that have stopped by on SandCity Sports. We are locked in for these championship games, and we're going to keep on bringing the sports and current events, news stories that you need to know. So you may or may not know, right, that every day -1 on SandCity Sports is a day of the week. That statement made no sense. Let me come back. Every day has a theme, is what I meant to say, here on SandCity Sports, right? So we have You Can't Hurt Me Mondays. Shout out to David Goggins. Okay, win the morning, win the day. You Can't Hurt Me Mondays. We have Tyler Durden Tuesdays, Fight Club, Indie Classic. We have Herbie Derby Wednesdays, where I talk a little bit about my family and the greats that went before me, a number of greats that I have that have gone before me and paved the way. So we have Herbie Derby Wednesdays. And you know, I'm also, you know, people, you can talk about important people in your life out there in television land, people that inspired you, motivated you, lifted you up. I want to hear all of that. So we have Herbie Derby Wednesdays. We have Goodwill Hunting Thursdays. Goodwill Hunting Thursdays, one of my favorite movies and two of my heroes, Matt Affleck. Who's this guy? Ben Affleck, Matty Damon, okay, wrote that screenplay for that award-winning film. The Oscars are coming up, folks. We will be discussing the Oscars in this episode of SandCity Sports. We got Goodwill Hunting Thursdays. We got Forget About It Fridays. Forget about it. All due respect, you got no idea of what it means to be number one. Every decision you make affects every single aspect of every single other thing. It's almost too much to deal with. And then the end, you're alone with it all. Okay? We got Forget About It Fridays, where I just talk about, I appreciate it, American culture. I appreciate Italian-American culture. Not that Italian-American culture is boiled down to what we see in the movies. Okay? So not what I'm saying at all. So no disrespect intended. But I just go through some of my, my great films. And it doesn't even, by the way, folks, it doesn't necessarily have to be a Scorsese film or a Francis Ford Coppola film, right? We're going to get right on Forget About It Fridays. We're bringing in some of Spike Lee's joints. We're going to talk about 25th Hour. We're going to talk about Clockers. We're going to talk about Do the Right Thing. But I go on Forget About It Fridays, we taking from cinema those lessons learned, and we're going to lift them up. I don't have something for Saturdays just yet. I need something for Saturdays. So I'm open to suggestions. We don't have something for Saturdays, but Sundays are Sanctified Sundays. Sanctified Sundays, just talking about, what I have to be thankful for, grateful for, which is so much. Sanctified Sundays is just about gratitude, thankfulness, appreciation, and love. Right? So that's Sanctified Sundays, which is today, which we'll get to, right? So every day has a different theme. But because sometimes I'm not always able to get to my passion projects, right? I'm not always able to get to my passion project. And it's not because it's, first of all, I got to manage my time better, right? Second of all, you talk about we got work-life balance, so we talk about the dreaded day shift. My day shift is not dreaded because I have a get to job. I don't have a got to. I have a get to. I have a job that I'm very fortunate to be able to participate in. So I have a get to job, not a got to. But not, this happens, and so you don't always have time for the passion project every day, but we want to make time. Right. So at halftime, folks, as I just said, different days, we're going to go and we're going to go back because I wasn't able to do all those days. By the way, shout out to the flag man. Shout out to the flag man. Right. My shirt, my silkies, and shout out to Plenty Sneaks. Always Plenty Sneaks in the building. All right. We got to support local. The flag man gave me. This is extra comfortable and everything. And the logo comes from Plenty Sneaks. Check them out. Plenty Sneaks, the flag man. Hyper local, go get it. Check them out, folks. You understand? And I got a couple other local businesses to shout out. But hey, my man Plenty Sneaks with the logo, the flag man, I'd be extra comfortable. I'm kind of shining a little bit tonight too. A little bit. We ain't gonna get ahead of it. I shine a little bit. But I appreciate my people that have supported me and encouraged me in so many different ways. Just to do. I enjoy this. Am I the best? I don't think so. Am I the worst? I hope not. But I enjoy doing it. I enjoy, I'm right. This is my little thing that I do. But hey, whether it be Nightcap, whether we talking about Gil's Arena, whether we talking about The Right Time with Bomani Jones, whether we talking about The Odd Couple, whether we talking about the Ben Maller Show, whether we talking about Freddie and Harry, whether we talking about whatever it is, First Take. First things first, you know what I mean? I support and appreciate all of the creative people and across the board. 4th and 1 with Cam Newton. I love it. Okay. And this is my little opportunity to participate and contribute. So, I'm gonna take advantage of that. I'm gonna take advantage of that. And it is, I hope you guys have passion projects, things that are positive, uplifting, lifting you up, lifting others up out there. I'm interested to know about them, frankly. Anybody that wants to come on in and share community with me and talk to me about what you're doing, I'll blast it out there. I love it. I want to do it. All right. But that's just a little bit about me. And now we're going to get to our days, right? Because I missed it, but we're going to do, hold on. We're going to bring in, folks. We're going to bring in, it's Tyler Durden. Hold on. Yes, sir. Uh-huh. What? Hey. It's a Tyler Durden. We going back to Tyler Durden Tuesday. Let's get it up there for you. Hey. What? Let's go. Yes, sir. Tyler Durden Tuesday. Get him up there. What? Hey. There you go. Hey. On a Tyler Durden Tuesday. What? Hey. My man Tyler Durden. He said, people are always asking me if I know Tyler Durden. They always ask it. Hey. All right, let's get into this on a Tyler Durden Tuesday. I know it's Sunday, folks. As I just explained, we're going back. If I miss a day, we ain't letting that day go. We ain't letting that day go. So yesterday we had You Can't Hurt Me Mondays, and we talked about Herbie Derby Wednesdays. Today, during these intermissions, we're going to talk about Tyler Durden Tuesdays, and we're going to get to Goodwill Hunting Thursdays. Right? And this is a little bit of education and instruction, because in this brave new world, we don't have Blockbuster. So I don't know if some of the younger folks, and again, it's R-rated, PG-13R, so you got to, you know what I mean, but have seen Fight Club or know about what it brings to the table. It's an indie classic. No two ways about it. But a lot of it, right, is the work-life balance, right? In Fight Club, the things that we have to do, the things that we want to do, and what's the symmetry, right? Do we have to work? We have to pay bills. We have to support ourselves, our families, our dependents. We have to do those things. We also have to live our lives, right? And you notice how I said also. Shouldn't it be reversed? Shouldn't it be we have to live our lives? Then we have to do the working, the paying the bills, the checking the credit score, responding to the email, reconciling with the friend. Right? We have to live our lives, and we also have to work. And that's at the core, at the center of a Fight Club, right? That those lines get blurred, right? And sometimes there's too much emphasis on one or the other. Too much emphasis, as you see Mr. Ed Norton, great performance. Too much emphasis over here on that dreaded day shift. And again, the day shift doesn't have to be dreaded. That's I borrowed that from Big Ben Maller. Put respect on his name. Dreaded day shift does not have to be dreaded, right? You like your job, you love your job, you're happy to have the job. I get all that. Okay, but is the job taking you in the direction that your life needs to go, that you want your life to go? Okay. Right. One of the things I learned from people. I see, one of my buddy Mick, my man Mick, who's a DJ, does a good job. One of the things he put up that resonated with me is he said, when it's your time, when you pass away, right? Your job might be posted before your obituary. Your job will be posted before your obituary. Okay. So before the company sends the condolence letter, the flower, they putting that job up. We need to fill. Okay. So yes, you need to work and you need to give and be a good steward at your company and all the rest of that stuff. But it's your labor power. It's yours. Company gives you a salary, you give them your labor power. The difference, your productivity, which by the way has gone through the roof. We'll discuss this when we get in a slice of life down the way. We're going to talk about productivity versus wages. And I know it's a sports show, but we're going to talk about culture and life in the day-to-day as well. Right? Your productivity, what you produce is the surplus value, is the value beyond what the company pays you that the company takes. They pay you $25 an hour. You produce $45 an hour. All right? They give you 25. They take the other 20. Thank you very much. That's surplus value. I'm talking like I'm a master economist. No, but I respect the greats. And so I have not read the whole thing. So I'm not even going to begin to even think that. But I've read a part. Das Kapital, Karl Marx, economic classic. All right? Classic. So for the business people, the economic, you jump in and all right, 1st and 10 Patriots moving it. We back in action. I know this, but we're gonna touch on Tyler Durden Tuesday. You might have to come back to Tyler Durden Tuesdays, and come back to this at the end of this ball game, which is very much in the balance. Okay, but yeah, there's a balance, and there is a mindfulness and an understanding of this dichotomy, this duality between what you have to do and what you want to do. And these are conversations that need to be had, that must be had. No two ways about it. Right? You are an individual before you're an employee. Okay? And it's a hard balance. It's tough, but you're an individual. You're a person first and a professional second. So when we're stretched thin, when we're feeling burnt out, when we're, at our ropes in, we got to dive into this duality between, at times, these competing realities. Who I am, who I need to be, what I have to contribute to society, okay, and right, the paying of bills. The attention to responsibilities. Okay? We're back in the second half. We're going to come back to Tyler Durden Tuesdays a bit later. But shout out to Tyler Durden, who is a character. Shout out to David Fincher, who directed the film. And I have to get the author's name, the guy that wrote Fight Club. I'll get that up for you guys in a second, who deserves foremost credit. So let's get that, actually. Because David Fincher did his thing with the movie. He most certainly did. Chuck Palahniuk. Chuck Palahniuk. Author of Fight Club. Author of 19 novels as well. Drake is on the move. Big time. Not only he got the first down, and then he got some. He got the first down and then some. All right. All right, 1-0 for the Patriots, who are driving. Start off the second half. Right, and let's take a look. Let's take a look and see. All right, Drake pressures on, throws it away. Big third down conversion here. All right, all right. Another big conversion. All right. Let's head over to the other sideline. Mike Vrabel over here. They said 4th and 1. Okay. This is big. 4th and 1. Patriots also getting greedy. Vrabel saying, no, we don't want your field goal. So this is big time. I'm feeling a tush push. Okay. Everybody lined up right now. Payton took his shot. Vrabel is taking his shot. Interesting. You might just want to take, you on the road, man. You might want to. He's feeling it. Okay. Okay. Looks like he got over. Let's see. He stalled. Said he got it. And that's being challenged. Okay. It's big. Because it wasn't definitive. That wasn't a Jalen Hurts tush push. No, it wasn't. He gets stuck. He's trying to fall. He's stuck. It looks like he did he fall forward or did he not? That was a pretty good stand for the Broncos. I respect the challenge. That's tough. If I'm Sean Payton, I got A because that's a timeout that he's not going to have down the stretch. But that was not conclusive, not convincing. So okay. Payton took his shot. Vrabel. We might be looking at two reversals. He's initially held up. Now again, did they push him forward? Where did he land? He's held up. He just has to land and get that, get the ball, as on the line. Can't see him. But we're going to need a second and third look because the first look is he's just held up. So we're going to need an angle to see if he fell forward, which is something I do a lot of days of the week, try to fall forward. If not, you're 0 for Mike. Same mistake. Right? If it's successful, then you're ingenious. You're not successful, you're idiotic. That play had more of an opportunity, than Stidham's dirt ball. But it's not and that play wasn't nowhere near a slam dunk. All right, so we'll wait. Vrabel's situational football thus far, to me, is strong. Right? He is, okay, let's see. All right, call was upheld. Patriots moving the pile. So, in a tie game, Vrabel 2 for 2. He got that field goal off in the first half, converted the 4th and 1, and got a Broncos timeout in the process. They got cute? No. He bobbled that snap. Here we go again. 3rd and short. 3rd and goal, excuse me. No dice. Okay. All right, big stop. Broncos out of timeout. Close but no cigar, right? Vrabel, you're going for, right? You wanna get that 7, right? None of the plays really developed. You ended with a sack. The first, the run on first down that that had some giddy up to it. The trick play, and then you bottled up Drake. So away we go. Opportunity to take the lead and shift the momentum. Denver escapes the field goal. And so again, back to Mr. Vrabel. And talk about teams jettisoning coaches who have won and had success. So they feel a lot differently about Mike Vrabel now in Tennessee than they did previously. He's certainly the toast of the town in the Commonwealth. Deservedly so. He's locking horns with the best in the profession. Jim Harbaugh in the first round. D'Amico Ryan knows his business in the second round, down his top wide receiver. Now Sean Payton, to get to the Super Bowl, down his quarterback. He's locking horns with the best. He has decided advantages. But that aside, power plays aside, Mike Vrabel has this team winning and losing together. And again, we're going back to elementary school, right? Together, everyone accomplishes more. Team, you win as a team, you lose as a team, right? Those things that you learn when you're first starting off on your sports journey. I was too impatient to let them saturate in when I was young, right? Then you look back and understand the wisdom of those statements as you get older. But bottom line, end of the story, what you cannot strip from Mike Vrabel is he has taken a chaotic, adversarial, suspicious, paranoid, tense, distrustful. How many more adjectives can I use to describe who the Patriots were? Again, when Mike Vrabel got into town. distant afterthought about that less than a calendar year ago. Or about a calendar year because, right, the decision was made after that last game. Regime change. All right, and we got to. Patriots, most Super Bowl appearances. Broncos, second. Going back to the days of Elway. Talk about a quarterback, a mobile quarterback, when you could actually hit quarterbacks. Okay. So win, lose, or draw, as I make got to get one more light on in here. Win, lose, or draw, Mike Vrabel has this team believing in each other and in the process to be successful and win a Super Bowl. So that is night and day, diametric polar difference to what it was. As we get this light on, Broncos got the Butterfingers. You know what I mean? What's going on? We doing the show, but where's your boy? I'm back in action. Again, it gets dark out here. We still in these winter environs, so it gets dark super duper. We're getting better, frankly. It's not getting dark at like 3:59 anymore. But still, early fives and night has descended in the Commonwealth. All right, big stop on third down for the Pats. Okay, so these are the inflection points in the game, right, where the Patriots have been able to pull ahead, right? Close game in the margin against the Chargers, right? Next thing you know, they up 7 and 10, and then they just ease ahead. Same thing with the Texans, second half, right? They get a lead, and they get a double-digit lead, and they just put these teams into panic mode. So right? Be huge if the Patriots can get in the end zone, as you know and I know. Make this a double-digit game right now. Okay? All right. Even just a 6-point lead. All right. And for all the talk about strength of schedule and cupcake this, cupcake that, Patriots, beyond their culture, have been executing. Right? They've been playing chess, not checkers. Now's an opportunity. We'll see if they take advantage of it. But that's been my takeaway from the first two playoff games, along with the entirety of the regular season. Now, yes, okay, strength of schedule, but you play who's ahead of you and you beat who's ahead of you. Okay? Mike Vrabel, Patriots, they got a chance to get greedy right now. They got a chance to, really, hey, Broncos, make it, you're going to get late early. I know you got a whole quarter, and we know what the Bears did, scoring 20-some-odd points in a quarter, so you don't know. Right? The game seems like it's in hand, and one call here, one possession there. All right, we're back in an absolute dogfight. So we got a whole bunch of ball game left, plenty of runway. But these are some power moves that are going to be made in this next possession. Right? From the Broncos, I got to continue to hold. My defense got to continue to hold up as they did in that goal line stand and give our quarterback as many chances because we know he's a backup. He's going to need more chances to go ahead and get it right. Can he get it right? Yes, he can, as we saw first out the gate in the first quarter. Okay, but Broncos, you got to hold up here. Keep this thing right in the margin. Patriots were saying we can put a fright, we can put a shock into them. Okay, we can put that shock into them. Again, it's not an absolute indicator, but you get a double-digit lead with a backup quarterback. And you're tried and true, as my brother said. This Patriots team is tried and true on the road warriors. Okay, now you gotta, right? Can't take no steps off, no opportunities off. But you can get it done. Let's go. What are we doing here? Looking for Stephon, no dice. Looking for Stephon, no dice. All right, Mr. Vrabel. Speaking of your man Drake is out here getting them. Folks. He out here shaking the moon. That Drake. Okay. Ground game, balanced attack. Is Stephon Diggs a top wide receiver in the NFL? I'm asking. Is he a bona fide number one amongst number ones? I'm saying. That's my question. We heard about the Denver Broncos defense. We heard about their secondary. Rollins knocked somebody over. He went ahead and picked him up. McDaniel just scheming up some. He's scheming up some plays right now. Yes, he is. And Patriots getting yardage on that first down. They're getting, as football people, offensive line. They want to run that thing. They want to bop somebody in the mouth. That's what they want to do. Okay. They want to get them. They want to sock somebody to the mouth. So Patriots are, they're moving. Gobbling up clock. Minute to go in the third. What happened to this game? Bad throw. Okay, I'm looking. I'm like, what the? Because we the Cape Cod. I'm here. I mean, I hear the snowplows going on outside, but fortunately, we here and we just, the storm is out there, and fortunately, we're in here and doing the Passion Project. I'm over like, what the heck is? Well, it's snowing in Denver too, man. there's snow sweeping the country. So that's no excuse for these bad throws. All right, keep it on the ground, which is a little bit curious that you wouldn't even attempt. Wouldn't even attempt to try to get closer. I don't know about that. Got a 46-yard attempt and you just run the ball into a brick wall, not even try to get a first down. Doesn't make sense to me. Oh for 2, buddy. Yeah. Right? So, yes, we need Diggs to step up. This is his opportunity right here. Right? You ball out AFC Championship game, you ball out in the Super Bowl. You feel that you're not getting your just due. People talking about Jefferson. People talk about Nakua. People talking about Devontae. Right? And you want your name in the conversation. We'll put your name in the conversation. Yes, Stephon Diggs, he has some issues off the court he's dealing with. No doubt about it. Off the field, excuse me. But by and large, he's been a very good citizen. I can't say very good. He's been a good citizen here in the Patriots, for the Patriots. Right? After this year has gone well for the most part. Okay? Always room for improvement. Right? Hasn't been perfect. Understood. So while acknowledging and applauding, right? If somebody is wilding out, then we're gonna rain down on them. If somebody is with the team and about the process, we got to say, hey, we got to appreciate the successes, acknowledge the failures. Stephon Diggs has a right to be himself. He has a right to, in the limelight and moving and grooving, and he right. And credit to Vrabel and the organization, you allow people to be themselves. Doesn't mean that you can wild out and do anything, but you I don't have to change who I am to play for this particular team. Right? And when those things are aligned, the team focus, team vision, culture, goals, and then the individual focus vision, your individual persona, and your goals, you line those up. Okay, now we can collectively make some progress. I had big questions about Diggs coming in. I didn't think it was going to work, to be completely honest with you. Okay? Didn't understand why it couldn't have continued to work in Buffalo. Weren't getting your touches with Minnesota. Wanted to be the guy. Got to Buffalo. You were the guy. It was working. I'm not sure why it had to end. Then went to Houston for 1 year. Started off like gangbusters. I know because there was both Diggs and Nico Collins was on my fantasy team. And then Diggs got hurt. So that lost, the momentum was lost. And I was expecting to return with the Texans. Nope. Not going to work there. It comes to New England. So with those dominoes, I was like, man, Buffalo didn't work out. Texans didn't work out. Now Patriots, we got all kind of issues in-house. Okay, snow across the country, heading into the 3-point game. Broncos gave away 3. Patriots, I'm not going to hold the 63-yarder against the kicker, but the 46-yarder, that's on you. So anybody's ball game. But for the aforementioned Stephon Diggs, right? Put yourself in the conversation with the best wide receivers in the league. Right? Mister, you can't guard me. These are the moments and the times where you get it done. This game, folks, you know, I'm loving it. I'm obviously hook, line, and sinker on the side of the Patriots, noting full well that, you know, I respect the Patriots, right? I respect the team, but you know, I'm coming from, you know, I didn't grow up with the Patriots, but you know, you want the home team to win. I want, you know, the home team to win. Good for the community. Certainly, majority of my friends, family on board. So let's go, Pats. Nobody roots for Goliath. That's Will Chamberlain's book. Right? Let's get that for you on the screen. Right? And we can dive into that. Meaning, no more upstart. We shall discuss. Right? You say, as soon as I say I'm doing one thing correctly, I stop doing it correctly. Let's see where it's at. Big third down. As soon as I say I'm on it, watch out. Who knows if I'll be able to. No, sir. Another stop for the Patriots. Everybody pulls for David. Nobody roots for Goliath. Shout out to Wilt the Stilt, one of our all-time greats. Nobody cheering for Goliath. Okay? Patriots, you've gone from David to Goliath. The chat is going. The fantasy chat is going bananas. I get it. You know, this game, we shall see. That's ridiculous. That's a ridiculous statement. What am I trying to say? Okay. I want to see if Drake May can stand up in this moment. I don't want to hear about him being a second-year guy. I don't want to hear about this being his. I want to see if the hype is real, because the conversation surrounding Drake May this year was not, you know, he's a sophomore sensation. He struggled his rookie year in dysfunction and now is hitting his stride. He's trending in the right direction. He has the right. That was not the conversation about Drake May. The conversation about Drake May this year was that he is the most valuable player of the National Football League. And that's twofold. I was happy for the young man. Okay? I've been a fan since he was at Carolina. Discuss this. It was Caleb and Drake coming up through the ranks. So this kid, Drake May, Carolina kid, brothers played for Carolina. He has the talent, seems to have the temperament. I can rock with this dude. Patriots got the third pick. Okay, right? So you're going to get a quarterback. They're not going to get Caleb. I favor Drake over Jaden Daniels. Other people, that said Jaden, right? That looked very strong last year. And now this year, right? The opposite is the case. They're all uber talented and have had NFL success. Difference between being successful and an expectation to succeed. In a very short period of time, Drake May has gone from somebody who's viewed as suspect, did not have a great rookie year, right, to somebody who has had success and is now expected to succeed. Good first down run. Okay. That's quite a leap. Right. Now we see, is it there? Is he the dude? Does he have time? That's a lot. You're looking at a young man in his prime. Right? It takes time to become something. Never mind one of the greatest of all time. When Will Chamberlain says everybody pulls for David, nobody roots for Goliath, that's a real thing, and that very few people can understand because most of us have never been Goliath. Never mind the Big Dipper and the seventh wonder of the world. All right? But expected to dominate, expected to win. No better opportunity, right? Snow game on the road. Let's see. Get it done, Drake. Third down, the big one. He's looking. He's got time. Down goes Frazier. Down goes Frazier. All right. Back to Stid. We go. Drake May's got to get it done. We don't know. Obviously, it's a great game. We got to let it play out. We do know that if the Broncos lose, the lion's share of blame is not going on Jarrett Stidham. We know that. We don't know if the Broncos win, how much blame is going to cascade down on the boy wonder Drake May. We don't know that. And this ties into the previous conversation relative to Sean Payton in that did Lamar get a pass when he was the MVP and he got manhandled? They got manhandled by the Tennessee Titans led by Mike Vrabel in the second round. Did Lamar get a pass? Did Lamar get a pass when the Ravens secured home field advantage against Kansas City and went to pieces down the stretch and allowed the Kansas City Chiefs to go ahead and get that win? I believe that was the year where there was the egregious call in the end zone, egregious pass interference that decided the Super Bowl. But did Lamar get a pass there? No, once you are the guy, the MVP, the epicenter, no more passes. We cheered for you to get there. But now that you are Goliath, okay, show me. Right? And if you do show me, then I just expected you to do what you did. It's expected. It's no ha ha rah rah pattern. No. You how could you not? But then if you don't, oh my goodness. How can Wilt Chamberlain not win the championship? Never mind that Boston Celtics have 6, 7, 8 Hall of Famers. That's not the point. How could Wilt Chamberlain lose? He's Goliath. He's an Adonis. He's all right. What did the late great Kobe Bryant say? Leadership is lonely. It's lonesome. Tiresome. Right? Sad. Stressful. That's the land of Goliath. For all the pomp and circumstance and praise, attention, adulation, validation. Oh, you people, but you have expectations going along with it. Let me just turn this light off real quick. You got people depending on you. Okay. Broncos able to break through and get some chunk yards on the first run. It looks like this game is going to the ground. Right? I look back on when Joe Burrow took his talents to Buffalo in a snow game and carved them up. Neither one of these guys is Joe Burrow, though. Talk about Jarrett Stidham's arm talent, and hey, if you're that, Sean Payton, I mean, you lose your starting quarterback, you're in a snow game, you're the offensive guy, but how much of your offense can you execute in these environments? Nobody roots for Goliath. Okay? Bit of pre-snap motion, big 3rd and 1 conversion for the Broncos. New set of downs, new battle. So this game has Davids on both sides, and they have and Goliaths on both sides. It's must-see TV. And we don't know, but we're about to find out. Stidham, throwaway ball. There's not much separation, folks, that seems to be taking place. Because Stidham and they're looking and looking and looking and looking, and either it's not taking place or the defenses are right there in those passing windows. But neither one of these offenses in the passing game is fluid. It's not, look up, boom, execute. Like, we're not seeing those 3-step release. We're seeing a lot of looking and searching and gazing and dazing. Third and long. All right. Gonna keep Wilt on the big board. Mr. Stidham, Mr. David. Let's see what you got. All right. Third and long. Well out of field goal range. Goes underneath, well short. All right, everybody's pulling for David, as in Stidham. Now Goliath's about to get the ball back. Young Drake is about to get the ball back. Right? Young Drake, second-year Drake. No, you said MVP. I was seeing clips on clips from. Make sure, okay, good. Everything is good. Let me just get this. Right? I'm seeing clips from football people talking about, singing the praises of Drake May. Kick goes out of bounds. Okay. All right. And SandCity Sports, Cape Cod Kid, me, crystal clear. I'm not going for any sophomore sensation narratives. None. Zip. Zilch. Nada. Nunca. This man is supposed to be that dude. I'm a fan. I want him to be successful. Okay, this ain't about, all right. And he's second-year guy, so it's going to be what it's going to be. Okay? Right. It's a lot of pressure, a lot of expectations. Good. What did Billie Jean King say? Pressure is a privilege. Right? And I always, my mindset, add to that. Okay? He's only a second-year guy, and, his career is all ahead of him. How about Dan Marino? Second-year guy, career is all ahead of him. Did he get back to the big game? Okay? NFL, not for long. So, yes, second-year guy, Drake May, all this success in a short period of time, out of nowhere. All right. Well, that's another thing that we need to add to the TB12 legacy and narrative. The Wally Pipp, the Wally Pipp to Lou Gehrig narrative. Right? Oh, well, Tom Brady sat as a rookie and came in and, and won a Super Bowl, and the rest is history. So, other players can follow that trajectory, and you don't have to start, and you can just get your opportunity, and then you're going to have the overarching. No. Tom Brady had the overarching success. Also had a 10-year gap in between championships. But how many other people got an opportunity, showed a little bit of promise, and then weren't heard from since? Okay. So Drake May, I'm looking for. Am I saying he has to be Tom Brady? What I'm saying is that I'm not excusing him from the pedestal that people placed him on. That's what I'm saying. And I'm not putting no. I want him to step onto that pedestal with confidence and lead the Patriots to a Super Bowl. That's what I'm looking for. But should that not happen, okay, it's going to be interesting. How he deals with falling from that pedestal. I want Mr. Drake May, who has the ball now and an opportunity. This is his opportunity to establish it and maintain it. Okay? But in terms of everybody wish for David, nobody wish for Goliath, we got talented folk. Josh Allen folk. Lamar Jackson folk. Who pound for pound people would say, even in their second year, we're better than Drake May. Maybe it's close. Maybe it's not. Okay, but these are folks who, yeah, they might have been close their second year, just like Drake May is right now. But in their 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th years, they're still just close. They have not crossed the bar. So that's what this is about for Drake May. All right, folks that want to say, oh, he's young and we'll be back. Okay. I ain't buying that. I want him to succeed. I want him to come into his Goliath. That's what I want. But should he not? I've made it clear what I want for myself, for the Commonwealth. All right, no dice. Right? The conditions have taken over this game. I'm not hearing that. All right, I'm not hearing, well, and if and the weather and because. No, we ain't hearing none of that around here. For either of them. Let's be clear on that. Not hearing it for either of them. All right. Broncos staying on the ground and going nowhere. Folks, yeah. Remember when Joe Burrow took the Bengals to the Super Bowl? Where he did that through the frozen tundra on the road. All right. Snow games. Snow excuses. All right. Now everybody's not Joe. All right, fine. Everybody's not Joe Burrow. Okay. But folks, we're talking MVP about certain folks. Right? Right? Decent out pass for Broncos 3rd and 12. Stood him with his legs. $46-yarder. Folks. Folks. That's 2 straight. These are not even close. All right, hindsight's 2020. First point that we have to make right now, but you know where this is going because we're all. I don't know by the way. I'm not speaking for the people. I'm not a mind reader. All right, because if I was, we need the Powerball numbers. I'm not a mind reader, but your mind goes back to early in the game when the sun was shining, and you had it rolling, and you gave away 3 points. That's where your mind goes back to now. Right now that winter has swooped in, we knew it was coming. Winter has swooped in. You can't see anything. You can't do much of anything. 4 minutes to go. Patriots have it. I mean, this is a situation. We'll see. No excuses relative to you can't throw in the snow games because I go back to what Joe did back in the day. And well, then neither one of these. Okay, but you told me Drake May was MVP grade. So if you can tell me Drake May's MVP grade, and I acknowledge he's a second-year guy, but Joe Burrow was doing this early in his career too. Did Joe Burrow? I believe this is Joe Burrow's second year where he put the Bengals into the Super Bowl. All right. So from the Patriots, obviously you want that clock to keep on ticking. You got to get some first downs too. I don't go away from the passing game. You just want to, rest on your defense and believe that you can stop them because try to get some first downs. You're obviously not going deep down the field, but you got to scheme up some passing plays to get some first downs to kill the clock to end this game. You keep giving the Broncos an opportunity. One of them is gonna click. We'll see. Third down, 3rd and long. All right. You just put the pressure on your defense but we'll come right back to this, folks. We'll see. I'm saying 10 toes down. The Patriots needed to be more aggressive on that possession rather than just running into a wall and giving the ball back to the Broncos at home with 3 minutes to go. Okay? That strategy, you put the pressure on your defense, you give the Broncos another opportunity. I'm saying the Broncos didn't need to have another opportunity if the Patriots, with an MVP caliber quarterback, can get some first downs. Running on first down, see if you can get 5, 6, 7 yards on a slant or whatever on second down. So that you can run it on third down to get a first down to ice this game. Strategy, conservative. We don't want to test anything. Yeah. John Harbaugh didn't want to test anything as well. And how did this kicker do with that 46-yard field goal? Not exactly. Okay. It's on you, Stid. These guys look like they are like tossing the ball, like underhand. What's going on? What's going on? Is it's brick cold and it's snowing? I got you. I'm leaving Burrow on the field, on the screen, folks. It's possible to pass in snow games. Looked like Joe Stidham just passed it right to Gonzalez. All right. Patriots, you need some first downs. Game's not over. Game is not over. All right, 4 or 5 yards on first down. That's what you need. Let us see. Okay. Talking about 2 more first downs for the game. All right. 2 first downs. And let's be clear, I'm not saying that you need to go trips to win. Shotgun formation. Okay, I'm saying you don't need to run in the brick walls. It's not necessary. To get the job done. That's what I'm saying. Get these first downs by any means necessary, which includes the passing game if you have an MVP grade quarterback. Yes, I said what I said. I don't know why Stidham just threw the ball right to Christian Gonzalez. I don't know why. That's not what I meant when I said you player wasn't even looking at the ball. Christian Gonzalez looking at the ball. The defensive player sees the ball before the offensive player sees the ball. That's ridiculous. Why would you run a go route against Gonzalez in the first place? And why would that be the matchup that you target? Those are additional points. Close them out rather than giving them an opportunity to go Hail Mary full of grace. The Frozen fandom in Denver. I appreciate that. Karif, we got to close these bad boys out. I appreciate the comment. We keep it family friendly on here. So I'm not going to put that up. But I can respond to that. I can respond to the comment. I'm not going to put it up, but I appreciate the comment. I appreciate you locking in with us. Patriots, let's go. We ain't nothing over yet. We got, what did Bill Belichick say? And yes, we're going to quote Bill Belichick. You don't win 16, 17 games in a row. You win one game 16, 17 times. Whole lot of ball game left right now for the Pats. Close these bad boys out. Put them out. Take them out. You need a first down. Over here, third and, how did it get to be third and six? What the heck is going on? Why is it that it seemed like they just ran the ball? They got 4 yards on, 4 or 5 yards on. Okay. So you got 4 or 5 yards on first down. You ain't getting nothing on second down. Here we go again. Can we get some play action? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Can we get some play action? What are we talking about over here? I ain't no Drake can boogie like that. That man boogie it right now. That's MVP grade right there. Go get him, Drake. He put a little stiff on him. Oh, using it. Now I was hey. Respect on that man's name right now. That way, hey, put respect on that man's name right now. Flag on what? Ooh, defensive penalty. Okay. Hey. Let's 1st and 5. We just gonna clock it out. Ooh, and that challenge is hurting. That challenge hurteth early on. Can't freeze it. They can't. Hey. We got Jolton Joe up on the screen right now. We got Jolton Joe up on the screen right now. You know who we need. We got Jolton Joe up on the screen right now. You know what we need. Hey, folks. Hey, folks. Hey, folks. You ain't giving nothing out here. You ain't giving nothing out here, folks. You're going to work for what you get. You're going to work for what you get now. Okay? Patriots Nation fandom, right? I ain't jumping on your bandwagon. I'm up. ESPN just come through with the update. Hey. Clap it up. Hopefully, maybe my brother will come on. All right? Because we're going to keep it 100 right now. We were SandCity, we checking every receipt. I said, the Browns was going to win more games than the Patriots this year. That's what I said. Let's keep it 100 right now. My brother, hopefully, because he's with the Patriot fandom right now, y'all. Hey, how you go from 0 to hero like this? Huh? Losing that last game, firing that coach, paying that staff to back in the Super Bowl in one single year, and still got work to do. Okay? I know y'all not happy, satisfied with no participation trophies. Y'all trying to get it. Hey, Patriots, go get it now. Go get it now. What did Tom Brady do that first year in Tampa Bay? He went and snatched it and got it. So, remarkable, outlandish that we go from super duper negative last year to the Super Bowl this year. And we're not having this, well, the strength is, no. They won that game right just now. We're going to have a conversation about that field goal that wasn't kicked. Yes, we are. But you did it to yourself. That ain't nothing to do with these two. You did it to yourself. Okay? Old man Winter decided to touch down and change the whole dynamics of the game. All right? I don't know why the Broncos want to go trips to win against Gonzalez. I don't know why you want to do that. But Mike Vrabel said, we're going to trust this MVP. We're going to scheme something up. We're going to win the game. We're not going to allow you to take the win. We're going to win the game. That's what they did. So, no red carpet talk. No, nobody roots for Goliath. Nobody. They came in as the favorites. They had a job to do. They handled business. Handled their business. Point, period, end of story. Respect on the names. Respect on the names. Okay? Big time. If it's and buts were candy and nuts. Big time. All right? This is the NFL. We discuss. You don't know. A lot of coulda, woulda, maybe. All right, sometimes. Yes, Sean Payton, the referees took, in many ways, a Super Bowl opportunity from you when you was in New Orleans, when you was in the Treme. Duly noted. All right? But you, it is what it is. Had your chances. You didn't get it done. All right? We're obviously going to talk about the field goal that wasn't kicked. Right? Sometimes when what do we say? We say we got to make hay while the sun shines. You got to make hay while it's, you know what I mean? While the getting is good. You think, hey, I'm going to leave this one because I'm going to get another one, and you don't get another one. And that's not Sean Payton. That's everybody. Shout out to Field of Dreams. Okay? At the time, you say to yourself, there'll be other days. You don't realize that was the only day. At the time, you say to yourself, there's be other days. I remember when I was in prep school, climbing up Mount Monadnock. Got really high, then I got afraid of heights. I didn't get to the top. I couldn't do it. I said, I'm going to go back. I'll do it another time. That was over a quarter century ago. Mount Monadnock still has not been, the summit has still not been reached. Okay? At the time, you say to yourself, there'll be other days. You don't realize that was the only day. All right? These two right here, it made it happen. That play action made it happen. All right? And Denver, vaunted defense, relying on your defense, you didn't make it happen. So, been saying it. Root for this young man. Respected, you know what I mean? I've been a Drake, and we can go ahead and check the receipts on Drake May. I'm not there's no bandwagon jumping in that category for me whatsoever. I make it clear. Okay, I'm happy for the Patriots. I'm happy for, where I'm at here. Again, my hometown. I'm on the Cape, but I'm from the great state of New Jersey, so that means a lot to me. But this is feast to famine. This is famine to feast, folks, because there wasn't no feast last year. It wasn't no feast. There was a famine in the land. The land was famished. The soil was bone dry. So, winning in misery. Happy the Patriots are on the winning side. Appreciate folks that's joined in. One more game. That's right. They're on their way, folks. Patriots Nation, they, we, us. Again, and it's time to get greedy. It's time to get greedy, folks. Appreciate the people that's checked in on IG. We're here, SandCity Sports. Patriots Nation is standing up right now, loud and clear. It's once again, like I said, I'm a little bit stunned, and I think people would be honest if it's wild to go from one to the other. So there's a little bit of just wow. There's a lot of wow right now that the Patriots are in the Super Bowl, coming in the Super Bowl with confidence, coming into the Super Bowl with, right? Obviously, both everybody, you make it to the Super Bowl, but these Patriots, okay, Seattle and the Rams, neither one of them is clear-cut above the Patriots, right? It's going to be two evenly matched teams for the championship. So, yes. Wow. And then now we say wow, we high five, but as I saw in the chat, one more game, folks. We got to get another one. We can't be had with it. This is what I could say. Then I don't need a participation trophy. I don't need a trophy to tell me that I was there. I don't need that. I need the hardware. That what I need. I need a hardware. Give me that silver, that silver trophy. That's what I need now. Okay, not just happy to be here. We got to go and get it all. And then when it's all said and done, as Super Bowl champions, then you can look back on just what transpired. Okay, because it's been a rocky road. Rocky road these last 4 years. We can take out Tom Brady's, and even 5 years. It's been rocky for 5 years. Because let's keep it 100. That hurt. To see Tom Brady win the Super Bowl in Tampa Bay, it hurt. It was hurtful. You know it. I know it. It hurt. So it's been 5 years of SHM, shaking, SMH. Excuse me. It's been 5 years of shaking my head. There's been a lot of head shaking in New England over the last 5 years. Okay? And next thing you know, the boys are back. What did I say? The good old days are back. The good old days are back. Yes, indeed. So, hey, this is good for the Commonwealth, right? Teams coming back to Commonwealth. We got a snowstorm. I know that it's a snowstorm, but there's gonna be quite a few people. There's gonna be quite a few people. Gonna be quite a few people at Logan. I know the city. We got some snow. And we got people coming outside for that to greet the team returning. And then to begin the preparation. Okay, they got the first week. You know, they're going to be back in the Commonwealth. Putting that first week of preparation in. Believe the Super Bowl's in the ATL. All right. Which is not bad. Travel-wise. You know, stay on the East Coast. You know. Get ready to head to Hot Leasy. Head to Atlanta, you know, to get down for your crown. You know, but this is, and again, I'm just sticking with that, with the narrative, right? That's the mindset. I think that's needed. Okay, forget participation trophies. One more to go. That's the mantra. One more to go. All right. So that works. Now, in saying that, one more to go. No, that does say it all, frankly. But we have, you know, there's promise. There's promise for the future along with that. Okay, because Mike Vrabel, right? He's sure enough the man for the job. And frankly, you know, you say thank goodness the Patriots got him when they did, because they wouldn't have got him if Mike Vrabel, because he would have been gobbled up, right? People in Pittsburgh, you know, I know. People in Pittsburgh, you got your eyes a little bit. I feel you in Pittsburgh. People in B More. I see your eyes welling up. All right, even people in you would want. Mike Vrabel wasn't going to get past this coach hiring cycle. No. So they got him just at the right time. All right. And Boy Wonder right now, was he on the verge of being a bust? Is that a hot take? Is that too much? Okay. Bust might be too much. But you certainly didn't see this young man like you saw Jaden Daniels last year. No, you didn't. No, you didn't. A lot of people in Patriot, man, I wish we got Jaden Daniels. Goodness. If we had Jaden Daniels, what? Oh my goodness! That hey! I'm just saying. The people that we did, a lot of folk didn't know about this young man last year. Okay, now y'all ready to sign that deal? Y'all ready to lock him up long term? Now go ahead and get that boy his bag. Go ahead and get Drake his bag right now. It's okay. It's okay. I'm here for all of it. Okay, first there there was 13 losses last year, folks. We won at 14. They had 13 last year. They won at 14. We, they, us, everybody. Okay, wanted that number one pick. All right. So we got one. We got it's a fortnight right now. It's a fortnight to the next one. So we can, you know, what I mean, I'm already looking forward, but the Patriots fandom is out there. Yes, they are. And so, hey, now a couple things as we get ready to we gonna blast. I mean, this is right. It's a beautiful thing. It's you know. I see folks out there. Folks, I didn't realize, and this is shout out to all those people that I didn't realize you could clear the snow with a leaf blower. That's a see some of the folks out there. That's some of the chats they say I ain't doing that shoveling. We contract that out. We ain't doing no shoveling. We can contract the shoveling. We're good on the shoveling for now. So I hear you. Patriots, big boys up front, Will Campbell, etc. Okay, right. They was gobbling up those running yards when the game closed in. Right, game closed in on them. Visibility, this, that, and the third. So that's another right. Being able to run the ball, being able to stop the run. Um, and so now you're going from, and let me just, you know, All right, let me correct that. Super Bowl is going to be in California. I'm glad I checked. Get my information right. Got to trust but verify. Super Bowl is going to be in California. Where the 49ers play. Okay, but warm weather environment. Where Patriots can open up their offense and we'll see. We shall see. Sean Payton giving his interview. A lot of it boils down to the 4th and 1, when the sun was shining, or that you couldn't get back. Balance that out. They played well for not having their starting quarterback. So, that's, being right in there in this game. When you don't have your guy and when you're not anywhere near at full strength. All right. So those two things together for me have to be considered. Yes, two ways about it. No, we ain't. You gave away 3, okay, and not only did you give away 3, it wasn't close. So let's just put those two things together. You gave away 3 points, but it wasn't. That play was not. It wasn't even close, right? What we have to say relative to that, and then how the cookie crumbled. Patriots made the same decision and ended up getting the opportunity to get their 3. Okay, which ended up being the difference. Patriots made the same decision on that 4th and 1. It was razor close, razor thin. Was able to get it. Couldn't get into the end zone, but that field goal ended up being the difference. The weather came through. Multiple missed field goals. I love the caps, that they got out there on the for the broadcast. And so, hey, certainly appreciate everyone. Yes, very good. Thank you. I was corrected. The game is in Santa Clara. I corrected myself, but it's not, because we might have, I guarantee I know at least 3 people that are going. The fandom is going to be there. The fandom will be in the building, not in the ATL. It's going to be out in Santa Clara. So happy for the people that are going to be in attendance to make the trip. For this, for this tremendous, chance for the New England Patriots, right? No team in NFL history lost that many games and got to the Super Bowl next year. Okay, and as we said, it should have been more games. There was some more losing to have been done that could have helped the team. But it's endemic, or it just reflects this. This team has been through the ringer. It's been through the ringer. Okay, and those things are still in the ether, right? Winning cures so many things, so they have been blasted off into the background. They're not front and center, because we're this. You have to take what's right in front of you, right? Immediately, which is a Super Bowl opportunity. So, hey, Shakespeare, past is prologue. Past is prologue. You have to remember, honor, uplift the past. Okay, you can't live there. But it is certainly a notable component of our present. But this group, this energy, this band of brothers, mission, whatever you want to put it, right? They have, right? They are firing on all cylinders. Now, let's be honest. Let's be honest. Okay? Seahawks or Rams, okay, the Patriots do need to get to another level. They need to get to another level. As we are overjoyed to be there, okay, that's going to be by far, their toughest opponent. On a neutral, which frankly, that favors the Rams and the Seahawks because you have to cross the country and go back to their neck of the woods. So if the Rams are able to break through with the MVP and Matt Stafford and Sean McVay, right? So it's essentially a home game for them. They just had, a couple hours up the road. All right. And okay, you're not facing a backup. You're not, right? You're going against talent, and whatever. And then the other thing that has to be noted, which is going to be interesting about the Super Bowl game, is right. Drake May and Mike Vrabel aren't the only ones looking to change the narrative about them. Right, Matt Stafford, Sam Darnold. You want to talk about people that need that Super Bowl? Okay, must have that Super Bowl for their legacy and for their careers. Obviously, everyone needs a Super Bowl in general, but the Patriots are going to be so. Okay, there's the wow. There's the this is awesome. There's this there's the just bit of disbelief. Okay, but now once we step past that disbelief, you stepping in the ring with a heavy hitter that has as much, if not more, to prove. Okay. The Seahawks afterthought, and the Seahawks remember. They remember the Super Bowl that we got. That they right. They remember. They feel it. The Seahawks want the Patriots. Please. That's how they come. Please let us play the Patriots. Okay? So that's on the one side of it. And then Sean McVay took his lumps at the hand of Bill Belichick. Bill Belichick put him, right? What was that, 13-3 Super Bowl? When Bill Belichick just locked down the Rams, right? Gurley was the running back and Goff quarterback, right? Bill Belichick just masterclass. No. All right, so both those teams have history with New England. And then coming from the NFC West, toughest division in football. No. Battle as favorable as the Patriots schedule has been, Rams, Seahawks, this is the third time they're playing. Their schedules have been they are battle tested. So it's not going to be a sympathetic or a sentimental Super Bowl championship. The Patriots are going to have to beat a better team. Period. That is as hungry, if not more. Right? So that's, not that needs to take you and give you a different energy, right? This is an upbeat, but don't come into this game all happy-go-lucky. Not that they would. Not that Mike Vrabel's about that. You coming into this game, right? We need some restitution for the last 5 years. That's the Patriots coming into this game. We need restitution for these last 5 years since TB12 left. That's what we need. We need it. I'm saying we, right? I'm joining myself to the Patriots fandom. All right, I'm making that clear. The True Blues out there, you guys can come in. You're welcome on the show. I want to hear what you have to say. My True Blue Patriots fans, because this is your experience. I'm just commentating. I was Team Bill when the divorce happened. Go back and check the receipts. This show's been going on for that long of a time. I was Team Bill when the divorce happened. I thought that Belichick's impact was greater than Brady's when the divorce happened. I was dead wrong. Okay? When the lights go down in the city and the sun shines all the way. The lights have been down in the city of Boston, in Foxborough, for 5 years. It's been some darkness. Very much so. On every single level. Every last one. Losing. And the Patriots have not been losing well. It hasn't been losing that's, goes towards winning. They've been getting blown out. They've been throwing away games. I think about the game in Las Vegas against the Raiders. They just threw the game away. People have been at each other's throats. People have been going to different media outlets to air grievances against other people. Okay? People have been accusing others of, serious social, I'm talking about bias, discrimination, offenses. Okay? So it's been the opposite of where it is now. And so that's what you're doing this for. Patriots, you don't want to go back there. You don't want to assume that this is now the, and that, we're going to have this opportunity all the time. You got to get it while the getting is good. You got to be the Toronto Raptors. We got to get this championship while we can. We don't know what the future is going to hold. We're not assuming this is going to be an every year thing. We are fully cognizant of the fact that next year the Patriots schedule is going to be lights out. You ain't getting all right, Cleveland, take that off your schedule. All right, Texans, Titans, take that off your schedule. Take all the cupcakes. No cupcakes for the Patriots no more. You had enough. You get none. Okay? And so that's we can't go back is the mindset for the Patriots coming into the game. All right? If it ends up being Darnold, I'm aware that you have people that have disrespected you all your career, and you have not forgotten. Sam Darnold cannot wait to get onto that podium and talk about the people who disrespected him in Minnesota and many other places. He can't wait. He cannot wait. Same thing with Matt Stafford. Okay? He's aware of the stat Pafford. Hold on. Where's mine? Right? Mm. 6-12 is what they're looking at. Central Mass 20-24. So there's some shoveling to do. We switch over. We got some time. We have some time on the Seattle Rams game, which you're going to be locked in for as well. A little bit of time as they're getting started. But extremely exciting stuff. But it's right. What does Nick Saban say? Nick Saban, he got his 48-hour rule. Okay, and that's for championships. The Patriots haven't won a championship yet. Nick Saban's got his 48 hour. We have an achievement. We can, take one day to. And Cignetti said 24. So Cignetti was easy. Cignetti said 24. So we have an achievement. Okay, we take that minute to win it, and we say, hey, this is something that's good. Okay. So we have the 1 minute to win it. Right, and then now it's we on to new business. Period. On a new business. Just like a lot of folks, we got some shoveling to do today, tomorrow, right? Going in, right? It's one day, and then we got to get right back into the swing of things. So we got some shoveling to do. You know, and then it's back to the grind. All right. So that's where the mindset, the mentality. Okay. Not that we're gonna, not express yourselves. Okay, well, I'm doing a pod right now. I can't wait to get to my social media just to see people happy, and you say, yes, this is a big deal. Okay. Right? We're gonna cheer and yeah. Okay. And then they're going to get right back to work. I'm gonna get right back to work. So shout out to the Patriots. Super Bowl on the horizon. Big games, big wins. All right. I got to reach out to the fandom, the True Blues, let them know. Let me just let folks know if they want to come in and bring their takes. Right? Because how many times do you have a moment like this? Let me let them know. And then we're gonna move on. Because we got a whole nother championship game to get to. So we there's no end in sight. But I just get these updates. I just let people know. Okay, you don't know. Just come back. Let me see if I can hold on. Well, I just want people if the Patriots fandom, right, and that applies to everyone out there in television land. I really appreciate the folks on IG that stopped by to say hello. Folks on the Twitter machine, I appreciate you. What's going on here, man? What's going on my Twitter machine? We still. Happened on my Twitter, man. Oh my goodness. Let them know. We had an issue on the Twitter. Twitter came on and what in the Sam hell happened? No, we good on Twitch. Twitch is good. Yep. What in the Sam hell? 9 minutes and then somebody. It is what it is. A little bit disheartening. A little bit disheartening that one of our other platforms are doing well. Okay. It might still be on, but I just can't get to it. I'm not sure. Okay. Let me just one more update. We will be shouting that out. Just got confirmation that at least one of my friends, Mr. Drew Pops, is heading to the game. So I told you I had at least 3. So we just had confirmation for one. We got confirmation for one. Apologies to the folks out there. I'm not sure what the situation on Twitter was, so on and forth. A couple people might be coming on. A couple people might. All right. Okay. We got to keep moving. We got another ball game. Got another ball game in the Pacific Northwest that we're going to be following very closely. Balancing all these things, taking them with a grain of salt. And hey, we got the show must go on. So Mr. Darnold coming out. Seahawks, man. Been a well-oiled machine. Clearly the Rams were in a knockdown, drag-out, absolute battle with the Bears. And so we're gonna play the hits and slide over to this game. And so let's go ahead. All right, snow traveling across the country. It's clear in Seattle, so that's certainly a major factor. So let's discuss. Mr. Darnold. Number 1, Mr. Nakua. All right, folks. SandCity Sports by for the fans. We making hay while the sun shines. We're dealing with technical things here and there. It is what it is. People on Twitter, we'll get with you the next time. All right, we go from one championship to the next. Woo! Sam Darnold over the top. We put it. He come to the screen right at the right time. You saw it. I saw it, folks. All right. No snow to be seen. And that Darnold over the top Seahawks driving. Hey, let's see if they can jump on them and get them. Let's see. They out here making people miss. Was Sam Darnold in the MVP conversation this year? Is he viewed in those lofty terms? Do people have that same confidence as the Seahawks enter the red zone? Get about 4 or 5 yards on their first run. All right. I want to see Sam Darnold be successful, not at the expense of a Patriots Super Bowl championship. So let's make that clear. But I have no problem. Okay, I don't have a dog in this fight, Seahawks and Rams. All right, but I'm seeing this as Darnold and Stratford, or Darnold and McVay. All right. As you know, what am I trying to say here? And I'm not, obviously not at the law. It is equally. I just say what I need to say. You know, Sam Darnold has the Seahawks in the NFC Championship game. Why does he not have the Rams in the NFC Championship game? Okay. I'm pulling for Sam Darnold. I want Sam Darnold to be as successful as the Seahawks get into the NFL first. Okay. As I do Mike Vrabel and Drake May to put an end to the drama and dysfunction that has been the Patriots in the last 5 years. Okay. That story, and again, obviously, I'm New England Patriots. That's where the allegiance is. But for Sam Darnold to be treated like he was, just jettisoned, as if he was not a core part of the Vikings' resurgent season last year. Okay. For that to happen and for him not to dive into bitterness and scorn, aggravation, resentment, rage, for him to bypass all those things and just simply say, I'm just going to continue to be successful. That's what I'm going to do. All right, we know Tom Brady. Well done is better than well said. So for Sam Darnold to take that tact and now be on the verge of bringing the Seattle Seahawks, who, I mean, if I talked to some Madden people, but I did not get the memo that the Seahawks were a good team going into the season. I talked to some people that, I looked at the Seahawks as, you got the Rams and you got the Niners, right? Then you have the Seahawks. And then, I mean, I was like, are the Seahawks better than the Cardinals? I know who Kyler Murray is. I know who Marvin Harrison Jr. is. Toughest division. Top of that division. Securing the home field advantage. I'm right. And yes, their defense is stout. There's other reasons But Minnesota's defense was stout last year, and it's stout this year with Brian Flores. This is the underdog story that resonates with me and maybe a lot of other people, to say, I respect, I appreciate, I can learn from how you've dealt with adversity. Right? Up until this point, it has been just highly skilled. You don't want to, because everybody's not a master, everybody's not a sensei. He hasn't sealed the deal with a Super Bowl appearance or, a Super Bowl title. Right? We're just getting started with this ball game. Long way to go. Okay, but that narrative of Sam Darnold, the prodigal son, and he's not even the prodigal son, because, not to use another example, this is like Joseph in the Technicolor raincoat. Joseph in the Technicolor coat. He's the one that they jettisoned. We can do better without you. Okay. We shall see. Right? So, a little bit of a brouhaha early in this ball game. No love lost. These guys see plenty of each other during the season. So this, to me, right? Seahawks defense, Matt Stafford MVP, their offense, and who's pushing who around. Excuse me. But staying with the Seahawks and with Sam Darnold specifically, like I said, it's good to have doubters. It's good to have critics. It's good to have naysayers. At the time, it's frustrating, hurtful, aggravating, all those things. Most people tell you can't do something. There go that Puka. Man, I need a Puka Nacua jersey. Just Puka Nacua. Gotta look up the background. To me, that sounds Hawaiian. Could be mistaken. Go ahead and check that real quick. Young man, 24. Okay, Puka's from Las Vegas. All right. Okay, so all right. His mother's Samoan. His father is Hawaiian. All right, thank you. He was a husky baby. There we go. Call him Puka. he's a husky little boy. The nickname stuck. All right. I'm not. All right. All right. I always get, reminded of the documentary Hawaiian about Eddie Aikau. That comes to my mind. So, not to assume or to be disrespectful or any of that stuff. That's not where I'm coming from with this. All right. The name has a rank to it. Okay. You see how you can kick these field goals when you have conditions. But both teams on the board early. Seattle with the touchdown, Rams with the field goal. This game looks like it might, it's looking like much more of a track meet. They have the conditions for it, as rather than the snow and the ice and so on and forth that was in Denver and that we're certainly dealing with here in the Commonwealth. Right, and so I got respect on both sides of the line. I got to say this is a toss-up for me. Talking about Darnold, just his hustle, his grind. Want to see it work out for him. I'm a Sean McVay guy. And for me, Sean McVay, I know Chris is probably locked into the game, so Chris might not be able to, who chimes in on this program and on the program, as they say on the McAfee show. Shout out to Pat McAfee on the program. So Chris is, he's hook, line, and sinker for the Rams. How Sean McVay just continues to develop. His teams are always in the mix. He has transcendent Hall of Fame guys. Obviously, talk about the Aaron Darnolds of the world, but just a lot of guys that develop in his system and become the next up. Sean McVay is the boy wonder, got the opportunity at a young age and has, filled those shoes since day one. So I like the cut of his jib. Stafford, old gunslinger. We're going to bring him in. He's going to get us to the next level, which he did. And it still has you at that, right on the precipice of greatness. So I'm coming into this game with respect for both teams. To go ahead and you got to beat it. You play a team 3 times. After that third game, we're gonna know who's the right. And I know ain't no one off. We battling 3 straight. So it's going to be clear. See. The Seattle Seahawks, land of the tech giants, right? How do the sports teams in Seattle? Huh? It's the land of Bill Gates, land of Microsoft. So, America, welcome to the Pacific Northwest. And we need the Seahawks back in the NBA. That's another point that I don't mind making. All right, folks. So shout out to Ben Maller. We're playing the hits. We are playing the hits and locked in on our championship games. Just going across on my socials, saying hello to everybody. Thanks for checking in. For some reason, Twitter went down after being up. Not quite sure why that is the case. But everybody else is good. YouTube is good. Twitch is good. And so I have to appreciate those results, even though Twitter is a big platform. I'd appreciate those results. And so yeah, SandCity, we're going to be in the building for this game, at least through the half. And then we're going to reassess at that particular point in time. Patriots, Super Bowl, okay, that's been decided. And now we come up, we got the doubleheader on the snow day here. So Rams and Seahawks. For me, the Seahawks, man, they're getting they just look sharp, moving it. Doesn't seem to be much drop off from the 41 to 6. All right. Excuse me, Seahawks looking spry. They're just coming out, running their stuff, getting about 5 yards a play. All right. Okay, play action, Darnold, yak yards. Yeah, just moving it. Let's get the Seahawks. All right. All right, 1st and 10, slowing them down. I gotta get my art up. Let's get the art up and go from there. In our second of a doubleheader. Okay, Smith and the Jigba. Okay, Seattle, I mean, hold on here. We got to X out of that. It's an older picture, which I should have seen. Should have read the fine print. Need to put the correct All right. Second and goal. All right, let's get our right imagery up here. Production snafu there. Folks, this Seattle offensive line, stout. Eye test. Okay? They're moving people around. These running lanes. Right? They moving some furniture over here, folks. They Bogart is what they doing. You understand? They boys up front saying, "Hey, you talking? Once we get down here in the trenches, I'm finna put some hands on you now. I'm finna take you against your will from point A to point B. That's what's going to happen, right? These big boys, these sumos up front." We have a flag? No flag? Darnold again having time. No, that's no flag. No. That's a hand fight. That's a hand fight. No. Go ahead and kick your field goal. Good no call, refs. But this Seattle OL, man, this O-line, man, that's that foundation. Okay. Darnold can do he has the time to execute. You got skilled players. That running back is all right, 10-3. Let's see what the response is from the Rams. Let's see how they're feeling about this. Okay. Seattle. Let me see. Let me take a look. No, I was looking for the regular season stats. All right, bunch of numbers. Long story, not so long. Got the stout defense predicated on the run game, based off of their stout offensive line. And we'll see if because they're scoring. So now they got to slow down. and keep Mr. Stafford. I wanted to say Stat Padford. That's a Rob Parker odd couple. All right. They got to corral the league MVP, which their defense is known for. Okay. All right. Let's see if they can or if the Rams, right, this becomes that track meet that, right, it's two teams, right, well familiar. So okay, you hit us with a couple punches, we're gonna hit you back with a couple punches. See if the Rams can score on their second possession, either tie it up or get within 4. And it's going to be because it doesn't seem like they're getting weather. Right, so might not be 75, 80 degrees, but it's clear. For the time being, no precipitation. So you got the access to the whole playbook to go out there and run and gun, move and groove as you see fit. Okay, as the Rams get ready to take over. But shout out to the, men up front. Okay, where the real story takes place. These are the guys that set the deck for the 41-6 shellacking of the 49ers last week. Right? You score on the first 2 possessions, 10 points. That's the total points the Patriots scored the entire game. You have it on your first 2 possessions. We still in the first. Can't see. They're executing. All right. Rams take over. Let's discuss the MVP. Let's discuss the MVP. And was this a sentimental award or it's a good running play right there. It's a good running play by the Rams. Let's talk Stafford. Folks, this is a beautiful thing right now here. Kidding me? Championships aplenty. Patriots back in the big dance. What? What are we talking about here? All right, Matt Stafford. Okay. Look, he's a guy. I look at Matt Stafford saying, this is somebody that, he's talented. He's a talented guy, Texas boyhood legend, University of Georgia, is playing in Detroit. He's a talented quarterback. Up until he comes to the Rams, he has not been in winning, successful situations, but he's a talented, and I'm repeating myself there. Okay. Now, being an odd couple fan, shout out to Rob Parker, shout out to Kelvin Washington, shout out to Rob G, shout out to Alex, the whole team, Monsi, the whole team. All right. That's, where the Stat Padford view of this gentleman comes to fruition, and you have to, come back off that take and say, like, who is this guy really? Meaning he's the league MVP. But the league MVP is going to go into hostile territory against a stout defense and give them the business. Right? Made it clear how I feel about Darnold, the respect that needs to be on his name, his pull yourself up by your bootstraps, right? People can root for a David like Sam Darnold. Okay? Stafford, he's not been disrespected like Sam Darnold. So it's a different, right? Okay, so he was in Detroit, and didn't work out. They bring him to LA. He leads LA to the Super Bowl in a real strong organization with a coach who has vision. Okay? Allowing him to be an MVP in the back half of his career. Right? There go that Puka. Took the man's helmet off. Puka's for. Puka loves it. Puka is for the smoke. That Puka Nakua right now. We got to talk about, I'm enthused by learning a little bit more about him. Devontae. Okay. So Chris is enjoying this. Chris is locked into the game right now. So Chris, right? We'll see how. I'm not sure if Chris, and duly noted, my brother, right? The Patriots fandom, the Rams fandom. I can understand if you can't make this episode of SandCity Sports. I can understand because there's a lot going on. Very much going on. Okay. But on cue, Mr. Matt Stafford, he is moving the chains. This vaunted defense, okay, he's all right. Right, he's not running scared or running for his life, if you will. Like I saw Drake May and Jared Stidham in the Payton. Those two guys were on the move. Not necessarily with winning plays. All right, 3rd and 10. We're looking for Devontae. A lot of contact there. Too much contact. That's PI. That's PI. He was boxed out. That you can't hold a man when he's got the inside position. Okay, and put Mr. Stafford on his behind. We're going to try to take this 3. We're going to go ahead and get this 3 and keep it pushing. Sean McVay's right. That was a face mask and a PI on Devontae. Come on now. That's not how we want to play this game. That's not how we want to win a game. All right? You can't tackle the guy before the ball arrives. Okay? He was all over Devontae on that possession. Let the man catch the ball. And then you just grab Matt. That's come on now. That's 2 penalties on 1 drive. Refs, don't mess around on this. Don't sully the narrative. You want to root for an upstart guy like Darnold, like the Seattle Seahawks, but we don't want them getting gifts, being given gifts. Stop that. All right? They need to win straight up. Needs to be straight up, folks. Okay? Oh, I don't appreciate. And I'm really happy. Thanks for the people on Twitter that checked in with me as you're checking in. Facebook is going on. We're here on the Facebook, Twitter. I don't know what's going on with Twitter. Twitter jettisoned. Twitter didn't want to rock with me. Speaking of which, we may, for the second half, we may have to, depending on, let me just play it by ear in terms of, I might need to log off and then come back on so we get the Twitter back up where it needs to be if we're, to get the second half, in order. I'm going to play that by ear. The other platforms are doing good. All right. So Rams take 3. They were in line for more because there's at least one penalty. The face mask is no doubt about it. And then I saw some contact early on that Devontae. I get it. I get it's 50-50. But the face mask was not 50-50. That's just a clear face mask that deserved a flag and a new set of downs. Right. So Stafford, he's got it rolling. Right. Darnold's got the Seahawks in their groove. Stafford has the Rams in their groove. Okay, 2:11 left, second quarter. Yes, sir. The beat goes on. So let's see. Coming back to Seattle. Finishing our yep. We got Stafford on the board going into, as I come over here, going into halftime. Got to make the decision. SandCity, we make a decision if we're gonna power through or we're gonna call it. I got to get a quick, get a quick boost over here. Get a quick snackaroo. Don't mind me, people. I'm still here. I don't like chewing. You don't want to chew. That's not. But gotta get me a quick snackaroo as we continue forward. You're watching it. I'm watching it. We got Stafford up on the screen, but fumble, snap, wasted, down. This might be all right, we back. We back right now. Had to get a snackaroo right quick. And let's come back. My snackaroo. Get my push-ups in later. My push-ups and my sit-ups. Bringing the house down on them. Okay. So, Maddie Stafford, you're good. Appreciate y'all. And I'm going to get my little snackaroo going on. One of my competitors in the fantasy chat and said, I'm getting me an electric snowblower. I ain't doing this stuff. I'm doing my passion project now. I'm getting my snack of Rudy. But when this is all done, I too got to get out there. Got to get my strong bundle first. I got to get my strong bundle. Then, strong bundle is first, right? Because this ain't no. There's brick out there, folks. We talked about what brick means. It's brick, bro. So we gotta get our strong bundle. Then, get our items. We got the shovel. You can get the items to move the snow around. Yes, sir. Gotta get that salt, that rock salt. Get it. You know what I mean? Get outside. Start both cars. Make sure everyone's car is good. And go from there. So that'll be the next phase that I'm looking forward to. I mean, right now we're deep into the passion project, and it's going well. But we're gonna get through the first half, and we're gonna reassess. We're gonna reassess at that particular point in time. Okay. Seahawks, Rams, strength versus strength. Both teams moving the ball. Both teams getting into their stuff. Rams had to settle for 3. They deserved an extra set of downs on a clear face mask, if not pass interference as well. So we'll monitor that. Okay. Checking, got a little bit of, I got the leftovers over here too for the next iteration. But yeah, so we're gonna. It's looking like SandCity this episode. We're gonna get to halftime and then go from there. We'll see, possibly, right? Well, we might come back for the second half or even for a post game. But this has been really good up to this point. I got some editing and effects to do. Frankly, I got to make sure. Right, this is great for me. I love doing. Obviously, then you have to take this longer form and you got to make it edible. You got to make it for people. Take the 3+ hours, and then you got to make your different clips and your different segments, all the rest of that stuff. So that has to take place as well. But we're going to. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We got some birthdays. Oh, we got a throwback. We got a throwback. Hold on. 1992. I see a lot of familiar faces in the picture. Quite a throwback. So I'm gonna have to come back to this. I'm gonna have to, because you guys are right. This is live, and I'm over here in Neverland. But I'm glad that I saw that as I was searching for something different. Seahawks driving. All right, let's stay on. We got to stay on message here. We got to stay on message, but I do need to get the imagery for I'm having trouble with it. I'm having trouble getting it. Come over here and get this. As we keep moving and grooving, this is not good production. This is not good anything right now. This nonsense is what it is. Nonsense is what it is. P-O-U-O. Okay. That's one. And so we got it. We got the art that we needed. As we come down the stretch in this first half, we're going to stay locked in. We're going to finish off with our that Puka out there going and getting it. That Puka out there getting it. Okay. All right. Now let's bring this over. Poor production. But you're going to see what I'm getting at in a second, folks. You're going to see what I'm getting at in just 1 second. Okay. As we come down the home stretch, on this SandCity Sports, but we're not gonna we're not finishing, we're not sputtering to the finish. So many great opportunities that we have, and we're gonna continue to appreciate and make it do what it do. So all right. Rams driving. Okay. All right, let's go. I got the all right, so we got that art. Both teams, 149, 158 yards, so they moving it. We got the art that we need. Let's go. Let's get this. Let's have the conversation, folks. We got 2 points of fact to get to. All right. As the Rams are driving, let's get into it. We got back on track. Let's stay on track. I'm messing around here. Not at all. Folks, is Sean McVay the best coach in the NFL? Right? Because I'm watching this game, folks, and wanted defense, divisional opponent, on the road. Rams are out here making it happen. That was a clear face mask. So that 3 points that they got could have easily tied the game up at 10. That's a face mask. Now in this next possession, what do we got? 3 minutes to go. They're making it do what it do. You got a vaunted defense. We got an MVP offense. So defense, offense, we're moving you around. Okay? Is Sean McVay the best coach in the NFL? Bar none. Now, I know where our mind goes. We go to Kansas City and the dynasty that's there, declining dynasty that's in Kansas City. Who's Andy Reid's quarterback? Who did Andy Reid find to be his quarterback could also be the question, right? Because Andy Reid, we talk about Patrick Mahomes now. Oh, he's the greatest of all time, or he's on the, but he was just some dude at Texas Tech. He was some unheralded dude, right? Because that was the Mitch Trubisky draft, if we remember. Mitch Trubisky was the guy in that draft. Okay, Patrick Mahomes, and you want to talk about quietness is kept. You want to talk about elite organizations, how Andy Reid schemed that out and let Patrick Mahomes, right? He didn't move up in the draft. Mahomes fell to him. That deserves a 30 for 30 in and of itself. How Andy Reid identified and then just let people pass on Patrick Mahomes. So we need a 30 for 30 for that. Or SandCity to do an investigation. We might have to do it right here. Everything can't be on ESPN. We got to take a responsibility and accountability right here on SandCity Sports. Okay? In terms of how that was schemed out. Equivalent organizational mastery of Jerry West getting Kobe Bryant, letting Kobe Bryant slip to him in the 96 draft. In terms of what Andy Reid did to get Patrick Mahomes, to Kansas City, do his apprenticeship year behind Alex Smith, and then hand over the keys, and the rest is history. Okay? So Andy Reid, yes, he's in this conversation. He also has Pat Mahomes. Does Matt Stafford have Pat Mahomes? Excuse me. Does Sean McVay have a Pat Mahomes type quarterback to work with? Or does he build quarterbacks into an elite MVP mold? Right? This McVay, year after year, the Rams are in the playoffs and in the conversation. I've said that. I'm saying it again. But I'm reiterating this because I feel like, Kyle Shanahan. Like Sean McVay he's respected, he's appreciated, but I don't feel that he gets the seat on the Iron Throne that he might deserve. What's going on, bro?
What's up?
Yeah, we're talking. We're in the second half of this game, so we're talking about Sean McVay, and whether he gets the respect that he deserves. I think it's a question if Sean McVay is the best coach in the NFL. Period.
No.
In terms of how the Rams are just always right there, and he has a Super Bowl. Kyle Shanahan gets. I think the perception of Kyle Shanahan is he's this, highly intelligent, which he is. He's, and he's had success.
You mean to tell me that he's a better coach than Andy Reid?
Right. And you're jumping in because I just brought that up. In terms of Andy Reid and the masterful way that he was able to get Patrick Mahomes, who dropped to him as the 15th pick in the draft, right? Mitchell Trubisky was supposed to be the best quarterback in that draft. Andy Reid knew who the best quarterback in that draft was and schemed the situation to get Patrick Mahomes. So my argument versus Andy Reid is that does Sean McVay have a Patrick Mahomes to be his quarterback?
How is that Andy Reid's fault? You can't diminish Andy Reid's body of work because he has a good quarterback. That's like saying Bill Belichick wasn't a good coach because he had Brady. That's not a good argument.
No, the argument is how does Sean McVay continue to have success year after year while not having comparable talent? That's my argument.
What do you mean? What do you mean by comparable? I just don't understand comparable talent. What do you mean? The Rams are a good football team. They used to have Aaron Donald, who was probably one of the best defensive players in the whole league. So you're missing me here.
They don't have Aaron Darnold anymore.
But they did
the
have
foundation of
Aaron Donald for a lot of his tenure. For his whole
right.
tenure, probably with the Rams, he had Aaron Donald.
But now he's taken a completely new group and has them on the verge of a Super Bowl.
Okay, so
He
that
has a
doesn't make
new
him a
group.
better coach than Andy Reid, who has what he has two of them, three.
I believe it's 3.
Okay, 3-1. Come on, it's not even really an argument.
Rams take the lead, get back into the end zone.
I see that.
To me, it's an argument because the Rams right now are on the verge of another Super Bowl.
3-1.
One of those Super Bowls I can't respect because with the ridiculous pass interference call against the Eagles. I don't respect that one. But fine, I'll count it, but I don't respect it.
So it's 3-1.
All right, 3-1. But Mr. McVay right here, Rams take the lead. We'll see if Seattle can respond with 1:55 left. This guy, the energy he brings, the success that he has. Okay, I hear what you're saying about Andy Reid. A lot of respect for Andy Reid. The Chiefs
He's
seem
not
to
a
be
better coach than Andy Reid. Point blank, period, through and through. He's not a better coach than Andy Reid. He's not. Okay. I just don't think he's a better coach than Andy Reid.
All right. Well, we'll see next year because the Chiefs are looking like they're on the decline.
Andy Reid still has 3 of them.
Yes. He still has 3. He still has Patrick Mahomes.
Okay.
Right. So from a basketball perspective,
time out. I honestly, that argument really irritates me that he has a player. So Phil Jackson had Michael Jordan. It's like that argument is so Bush League. Like, well, they had those players. Like, okay, what do you want them to do? Who do you want them to have? Who would make you satisfied? Who would make you satisfied to see win a championship with Andy Reid?
If we're using the basketball argument, would Phil Jackson have won a championship with John Stockton and Karl Malone? Because Jerry Sloan was a heck of a coach with no championships.
But he wasn't.
But he's a heck of a coach.
0 championship. Exactly. You need that player to get over the hunch and get that championship. And if you have that player, awesome. If you're a great coach, maybe you turn him into that player. Who knows? But that never does diminish coach's legacy because they coached a great player. Because just like you said, there's a lot of coaches that don't even have one. Great coaches that don't even have one. So McVay has one. Awesome. He caught lightning in a bottle, and he's got a win in the Super Bowl. But I'm not going to sit here and say honestly, I don't even think he's a better coach than Mike Tomlin. Mike Tomlin got one too. Let me see McVay string together that many years of making the playoffs. I don't even think he's a better coach than Mike Tomlin. All right.
I got to put McVay over Mike Tomlin.
All right.
I respect Mike Tomlin.
I mean, they both have the same body of work. Mike Tomlin probably got more wins.
I'll have to go ahead and do some stat jazz on that to see. That's a good point. Yeah, and I Mike Tomlin hasn't been to 2 Super Bowls though. He only went to the 1.
He won 1, so
right.
He got the same amount of rings.
Right, but Sean McVay's been to 2.
Like,
and I don't know if Mike Tomlin over the course of his career has been to as many championship games, conference championship games.